Hello everyone. Starting the stream a couple minutes late. I've been fighting against Amazon's customer support, as you do. This is how customer support works nowadays. You just talk to a robot that completely ignores what you tell it. Anyway, I got a fan, and like an hour after running it at the lowest setting, it starts smelling like burning plastic. So I would rather not return it in a way that it gets sold to somebody else. But this is apparently not a thing that I can even complain about. So, hey, LLMs are the future, hey. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Like I got to speak to a real human. That's rare these days. I also tried to file a complaint because they give you an option to file a complaint and all it does is take you back to the homepage. Okay, so they don't want to tell me the salary for a software engineer at Amazon, but Google tells me, well, DuckDuckGo tells me, 160,000 to make such shit software that doesn't even fucking work. Then the AI, which I never asked for, is telling me a completely different value here. Okay. I have to log in. I have to log in. Imagine spending $1 million on 10 people who cannot even make a basic website work. I'm not gonna say what I want to say about America. Anyway, hello Blurry Squire, Dulce, and Sean, welcome back. Alright, so here we're trying to make software that works. That's the plan anyway. And I've been working on a lot of things that I'm going to be bringing into my main thread, threading and desktop environment mostly, which relies on file system. Well, actually, you know what? Let's do a pull request with a proper name. Threading file system in user space and desktop environment. Ooh, how fancy. We're doing a proper pull request with a proper understandable name to my own code base. Yeah, I'm trying to get better with looking at code before I commit it. I do tend to review the code before I make a commit. So I usually will go into the Z thing here, which barely works, but whatever. And I look at the changes that I've made and I stage them individually. But with Z being as buggy as it is, and this just being the latest changes that you've made, you do lose a little bit of context. So I'm trying to also do a little bit of pull request stuff, and I'm planning on starting to use branches a little bit more in my stuff. Right. Although what I'm gonna do today is going to go into the same branch that I'm already on, because it doesn't make much sense. It's a half-finished feature from yesterday. I'm finishing it today, hopefully. So ideally, we get to work on the same branch. Right. But look at that. Look at that. Hold on. Look at that. You see my tabs? You see my tabs? I cleaned them up. Aren't you proud of me? Aren't you proud of me? It's literally only the important stuff. I started closing like 2-3 tabs. I didn't even realize how few I had left. Now on my laptop, that's actually a small amount. It's actually a small amount. Anyway, the ones left are my emotional support tabs. Okay, so I am legally allowed to have them. Kinda sucks. I have this one here which is a PDF. I don't want to read it on here. I would rather read it on my laptop. I want to say tablet, but I don't use that. I don't use that. Anyway, yeah, that a bunch of text processing programming languages, which I want to work with soon. And a couple other interesting pages. It shouldn't be too difficult to close all of them. However, they are important. Okay. So today I want to work on menus. I started working on it yesterday. There were a few bugs, including, first off, nothing would show because I didn't initialize the thing. I forgot to call init, and then nothing was initialized. So that was very nice. Then second thing is actually the reason why I started doing this pull request thing. I kind of didn't realize that in doing file system in user space, I completely forgot to implement read and write files for that. So I implemented them, but I haven't tested them. Today we're gonna test them. There was also a bug that was happening yesterday in which it worked, but it was super, super slow. I think I saw it after the stream, so maybe, yeah, but it wasn't working very well. The reason for that is that when I was listing the contents of a directory, I had like 5 million values in there. Turns out memory in my operating system is always zeroed out unless it isn't mapped to virtual memory, because then you can't access it to zero it out. And that was the specific case happening. So yeah, had to take care of that. Now it seems to be working fine. Why the file system in the first place? The menu, which I'm talking about this menu, will be powered by the file system. You will mount a module of the file system of your application to /menu, and in there you will define something like this. I plan on making a helper for it to make it a lot cleaner, because the code is always going to be very, very similar. I was even planning on making it somewhat declarative, like menu file, then inside of it item test with test function, something like this. But I don't really have the macro yet, but something declarative and nice like that, maybe without yelling, maybe without the caps, could be a thing. So that is how this is gonna work. And I hope it works. I have to say I'm not particularly keen on doing a whole lot of debugging if it doesn't. So I might just move on to something else. And I just realized I closed the tab for that something else. Hello, Gay Young, who is a little bit confused, apparently. This is the tab, right? So I wanted to work on, some sort of software distribution for the system. So I want to see opinions on package managers and whatnot, which is this is a very common opinion, and not even one that I disagree with, but I do need to have some way of, installing software to my system. So that's kind of important. Although I do see immediately package managers for programming languages are evil. And that I don't disagree with. All right. So this is the fallback in case what I'm working on doesn't work. Instead of spending too much time debugging, I would rather move on to kind of designing a package manager, app store type of thing for the operating system. Designing it, not implementing it yet, just designing it. Although the design is kind of the important part about it, because I want to make it implementation independent. So I want to make an interface for it, and then implement it separately. But if everything goes well, we can do the menu today. So, as it stands right now, the file browser itself creates slash menu within its own file system, slash menu, which contains file, edit, and then inside of file contains hello, world, no, hello, test, and inside of edit contains world. So that is the structure of our menu. We can even see it, since it's in the file browser itself, we can literally see it in the file browser. We have file and edit. Inside of file, we have hello and test. Inside of edit, we have world. Cool. Now I want to do a little test, though this is incorrect. I don't think that worked. I don't think that worked. It didn't. It didn't work. Thing is, you can define custom read and write functions for a specific file. And my plan is when you write to one of these files, that's the same as clicking the button on the menu, right? I'm clicking on the menu item. Not reading, because that's for metadata, but writing is like triggering it. It's like an action. So I already have one file that works like that to reload the operating system's theme. So that is the plan. I switched it to read just because opening the file is the same as reading it. But I don't think that worked. Unless I did it wrong. Let me see. Hold on. Menu file, test. It's a directory. That's not correct. That's already not correct. Why is it a directory when it's supposed to be a file? Menu, file, and then test. No, we... I think it didn't work, yeah. What happened with job 11? This thing? It has a job type of 6 or 7. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7. So that's stat or read dir. Yeah, for some reason this is being treated like a directory. And because it is being treated like a directory, then I'm trying to open it like a directory instead of as a file, which is what I would need to do this. Although, of course, I can always just do this. And then just to test if this functionality is there. This is the signature of it. Literally don't care what it looks like. It disappeared. Isn't that just so cool? And this is exactly the kind of thing I don't want to deal with. And this is exactly the kind of thing that I said, if I run into too many of these issues, we're not doing this. I moved my mic stand and now it's a little bit loose. Hold on. That's better. Hello, illusionary moon. Alright, so let me not do that. The real underlying issue here is that you're supposed to be a read function for a file. And yet you're being detected as a not file. Alright, so let me see. That's here. Let me do a print. file, or rather, entry S is of type I. File name and file entry type. If I'm not mistaken, 0 is an invalid entry type, 1 is a file, 2 is a directory. So entry file is of type 2. Entry file is of type 2. Entry file is of type 2. What? Okay, well that's... I'm starting to see the problem. It's getting the entry for this thing, not these things. That's not very correct. File test and forward test. Okay. So this is wrong. Essentially, there's like 3 entries that match looking inside of this directory into anything that has file in it. That's file itself, then file test, and then file hello. But it always finds the first one. So that's not correct. God damn it. Hmm. And this is exactly the kind of bug that I didn't want to deal with, but I don't want to immediately move on to do something else 5 minutes into the stream. I literally haven't even started, so I'm not going to do that. But I really didn't want to have to deal with annoying this whole thing with like path resolution and whatnot has been buggy as hell, I have to say. So that's been really annoying. But anyway, we're trying to do stat for file test, and yet we're only receiving an entry for file, which is wrong. Now, the reason for that is that it splits the name of the thing. Oh, okay. This runs out before this. I know the solution, I just think it's wrong. I think the solution is to just remove this thing. There we go. Although it still didn't open the file. I removed that thing, but it's gonna be needed in some other cases. So the logic here is different. It's not exactly that. Which essentially, it allowed /file to match /file/test. Because then what it's gonna do is it's gonna like forward the request to that file. This works for like aliases, right? So if I have, I don't know, /hello, which is actually aliased to /world, and I do /hello/hi, this needs to be forwarded to /world/hi, and that means that we need to resolve this part of the path using this rule, and then forward the rest so that this system module can resolve it. I guess the forwarding thing only makes sense okay. I can figure it out. Right, so this depends on if the file has an alias. What's wrong with it? It's like that, okay. So like this. That is to say, if what we did is find file and forward test to it, but file is not an alias, this whole thing doesn't make sense. So we actually just didn't find the entry we were looking for, which is, okay. So that should be the correct way of handling it, so that this can stay as it was. Can you please Control Z to the thing that I need? Thank you. Okay. Okay. I think that is the correct way of doing it. Marcy, what's up? Welcome. Does that say hi? I find you can tell I'm pushing 30 from the fact that I can barely read stuff unless the text is gigantic. And I've had contact since I was like 14. It is a fish saying hi. Okay, understood. Hello, fish, and hello, Marcy. Okay. If bugs are like this, or I can easily follow what they're doing, I don't mind them. I don't mind them. This whole router thing, which by the way allows me, I really like it, but the code for it is kind of complex. And it has been a problem, but it allows me to define files like this. I can say that my directory contains a file like hello, ID, and then, I don't know, parameter. And these are actually like arguments, which get resolved to actual values. So hello one and then print is a valid resolution for this path. It matches this pattern. So it's like a pattern-based file system that I can define like this. Kinda like Express in Node.js does its APIs. And I have to say, I feel weird taking concepts from Node. Into operating systems. But API design is pretty good. And yeah, implementing that, it's not the cleanest code, and it has broken a lot, including last night. But yeah, and now, technically. But now we should be good. Alright, so let me see. Are there any changes here? We can ignore. And then just keep these changes. Here, router. Only route if, only forward if file is aliased. This concept is not only in Node, I mean, I figured APIs have existed for a really long time, but it's not a type of file system thing. It's an API thing. But what is a URL? Like when I type something like my website.com/API v12 apparently /get user /12, weren't these URLs originally meant to be files and folders? Because that is how a very basic HTML works. If you have a folder, and inside of the folder you have an index.html, and you open that folder as a URL, you see it in the browser, you know, that kind of thing. And you get that ugly ass index if it doesn't have an index.html. Isn't that how the web used to work way back in the day? It still works like that, but like simpler times. So it is a concept that I think evolved from files and folders. So it makes sense that now we take what they learned and bring it in. Because that is what everything is a file should work like. Everything is a file. And resources are not super linear. With JS, it's like, oh, JS is like single page websites. That's a little ridiculous. A lot of time. To be fair, not really has to be like that, but nowadays it is like that. Like this, for example, actually. Isn't article 2025-9.8 just folders that then contains this thing, though without the .html at the end? That is how a very basic HTML works. But then again, now we have these kind of virtual paths in URLs, and we are taking that from them to expand the file system for this operating system. So I like it. Although, you know what? I would like to see alternatives to it. If I'm not mistaken, if anyone knows about Plan 9, did they not have something similar, but much more pedantically Unix, and also made in the 90s before this whole thing was very well developed? I feel like they themselves had a way to do this, because when I researched to do this router thing, that's how it worked. I love linear builds hot takes. Yeah, he has some opinions. We're not reading this one unless we run into a game-breaking bug today. Probably Friday, unless it stays heat wavy around here, in which case I'm gonna continue streaming, because what else am I gonna do? I guess we'll see. He is asleep one more time. He just comes here to sleep, man. What the hell? He's usually awake when he's not on stream, and then he just sleeps all day. I swear to God, it's a sleep stream and programming stream all at once. But you don't get to wake him up. We're not like that. You don't get to send the galaxy to wake him up. All right. So, bugs fixed. However, I do believe the thing that I was trying to test still does not work, which is when you read test, run this function. And I'm going to make it very evident that that's happening, just to make sure that it isn't happening. That looks to me like it's not happening. So there is a lot of logging happening in the job system that powers this entire thing. All right, so that didn't work. See, this is why I didn't want to do just debug, debug, debug. And yet I'm doing it. And I'm just complaining about it. That's the difference. That's what I'm doing. Um, New stack. Thread has ended. Job type 1. File descriptor 0. Size 0. That's not good. Is opening the file failing? I'm new to programming and have an interest in low-level programming. Do I need to learn C or C++ first? I would go with C. Oh, by the way, I have tragic news after I'm done talking about this. I would go with C personally. It's a true low-level programming language. C++, I'm not the biggest fan of. Maybe somebody else would tell you C++. It's a decent mix between high and low level, but if you want to learn low level, go directly to C. I feel like it's a mix between the two, but it kind of ends up not doing either of them correctly. I don't know. I used plus equal. C plus equal, that's a new language. Because Ginger Bill actually removed the incremental operators, so now it's C plus equal 1. New language just dropped. Pretty sure he actually has it on his blog why he removed it, but essentially, it's not very clear what it does. It's bug prone. I don't necessarily agree with that, man. Come on. Although, I have shown the case of like, what does this increment? The value or the pointer? But besides this case, I don't know what to tell you. If C is low level, what do you call assembly? Machine code, yeah. I would also call C a portable assembly. In a way. It has some concepts that aren't... Actually, yeah, it is just a portable assembly. Because, like, for example, when I do this in C, array of 2, right? And I do this, or this, rather. What am I doing here? I am, or, what am I doing here? I can do this. Because this thing and this thing get translated to this thing. You know, as an int pointer, and then assigning its value as 0. Arrays in C are literally just syntactic sugar for access the memory at A, offset 1, and then write to it or read from it. You cannot tell me a language like that is not low level. It is a portable assembly type. There's coding competition, like competitive program. There's coding competitions? I mean, I've seen challenges. I've seen stuff like that, but never coding competitions. What? How do you measure? Is it just a result? I've actually never heard of that. Do you have a link for that? All right, the operation that is failing here is actually not read, but open. I believe it is open. Code forces. I believe now it is neither. Yeah, we're like never getting to this. Job type 1 is open, and it's not working. What a website. will be held on Saturday. Okay, so yesterday actually. Interesting. It's competitive programming for real. um, Alice and Bob are given a binary string S of length n. It contains at least one 0 and at least one 1. They each perform exactly one operation in the following order. Alice chooses an occurrence of 0 and deletes it. Bob chooses an occurrence of 1 and deletes it. Alice wants the final string to be lexicographically as large as possible, Bob wants it to be lexicographically as small as possible. Determine the final string if both players act optimally. I don't necessarily understand how this works. There isn't a repo for the OS. You can do command git and you'll find it. Command being exclamation point in the chat. Alice must delete the only 0. Bob may delete either occurrence of 1, so the resulting string is 1. Oh, okay. Oh, I was reading them wrong. Okay, I was looking at this one and this one thinking they were the same. That's why I didn't understand. Okay, so this one is not a valid string. This one, Alice deletes the 0, Bob deletes the 1, so we are left with 1. Now, what does lexicographically as large as possible mean exactly? For two distinct binary strings A and B of the same length, A is lexicographically smaller than B. At the first position where they differ, A has the smallest digit. Okay, now I understand. Interesting. There's also competitions like coding challenges from Google and the like. Can you link that? All right, so using thread 13, thread has ended with code 2. It says thread 13 should have handled the open, and thread 13 has ended here, and it ended with code 2, which stands for not found. I didn't get the print, so most likely here. Menu, file, test. Is that not correct? I see what's happening. This menu thing should not be here. This menu thing should not be here. So I must be doing something wrong in the file system code. For open. Yeah. Though it still says it cannot find file/test. I don't understand how you can possibly not find something called file/test here. To be completely H with you. Since the other one found it. Ah. Where's stat? Okay, here. Oh, now it crashed. Okay. Well, hold on. There. Um, so this function is getting the input file/test, and it finds an entry called file/test. But the one for open does not, so these must be different, right? Right, that's the problem. Certainly. Nope. It is literally the same code. Well, that's concerning. It is literally the same code. And /file/test. And then it goes here, not found /file/test. How can that be? How can that be? There are 5 entries, which are file, edit, file hello, file test, edit world, I believe I called it. 5 entries. Yeah, that's correct. And yet they're not matching. Why not, man? This is so annoying. Oh god. We're already off to a great start. This is the same code for both. How is it not working? This literally, hold on, highlight it. Isn't this literally the same code? That's not working. Yeah, it literally shows me where it's highlighting it. It's the same code. With the same exact input. That's worth checking. Wait, no, 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 no. It's succeeding. I'm being so stupid. Why did I put this print here that says that it's failing when it doesn't fail? Um, it's literally not failing anymore. That is so dumb. Jesus, that is so dumb. Although it's still not opening the file. Menu, file, delete. All right, so here you should be statting the file, then opening the file, and then not doing anything with the file. Why are you not doing anything more than that? Besides maybe the fact that the file is considered empty. Maybe the file browser ignores it because it's empty. Where am I opening the file, like, at all? Am I just not doing that? No, no, no. There's gotta be a place in which I'm calling open. Is it read done? Read full file. Okay, that's what it is. Hello, Best Creeper. How you doing? Um, read full file. Can fail, but that's not the case. It returned success. It's going to allocate a buffer of 1 byte. It's going to return a value of 0. Then it's going to perform a read. But most likely that read is optimized. Isn't it beautiful? How long have I been streaming? 55 minutes, and it's been complete just debugging shit. Performing read. Okay, so you do see that. And then what did you waste 5 hours on? I'm scared. And then it doesn't do any of this stuff. Any of this. None of it. Not a damn part of it. Alright, this function though, it is one that I technically made but didn't test. So I guess it's probably something I forgot to do for it. Okay, it says performing read, so we're getting this far. We're getting this far. I have small git archive on a cloud VM. What do you mean a git archive? Just like a remote? Alright, so are you two causing it to fail? No. We're getting this far. Then we're doing create new job. And this can return? Wait, actually this does not return anything. Self-hosted Kitia, but like only use it for archiving or stuff. Um, you wanna know something? I have a I haven't uploaded it actually, even. Hold on, let me do that real quick while I'm at it. Literally just drag and drop. All right. I have a 30-minute video uploading right now on literally that topic. And it doesn't use any uh, any of those kind of things. Literally just Git. Although to be fair, you don't get the neat little website or anything like that. But the point of it is to explain how Git works. So, yeah, I have that. Or Joe, it's not job. Cute little mascot. Isn't this what Codeberg is also powered by? They're also hosted on Codeberg, and I'm pretty sure it's powered in Codeberg as well. I think it is. I think it is. I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, no, the video that I have is like not using any of these things, literally just hosting a Git remote with no fancy features to it. How much should I be proficient in C to make an OS? You just need to be willing to understand the concepts that you're going to be working in. Just no. I mean, some programming experience is probably best. Fail to prepare thread. That's what's happening. Um, there should be an entry point into it. That shouldn't be a problem. Why else can this fail? That's the only reason it can fail. I said it. Most likely the issue here was going to be the fact that I forgot to set something up. Was I lying? Was I lying? Was I wrong? I was not wrong. I was not lying. I was telling the truth and I was correct. Any cases missing here? Truncate. Let's do that one too before I forget. Two, three, four, 5, 6, and 7. Good. Something missing. We got stat, read tier, open, close, read, write, truncate. Okay, we have all of them. We're good. Are you in college, and which year, or a grad, and which year did you graduate? I dropped out. We pressed the button in the menu through the file system. Again, it's not supposed to be a read operation, it's supposed to be a write operation, but we did it! We did it! Now, while the ad finishes on Twitch, I'm going to very quickly just remove these logs that I left in everywhere, although this log is staying. This log can stay, whatever, man. No, wait, hold on. No. Because this needs to be a write operation, like I said. Let's do it properly then. There's no changes in shared. But then I go to OS, and there's changes in shared. Which one of you is lying to me here? New commits. Okay, neither. Zed is usually lying very often. Job, open, fix, and read, write, trunk, operations. Although truncate is actually not implemented. Truncate and closing files I haven't bothered implementing, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Okay, so finally, we have a working file system that you will be able to read from to get metadata on these menu items, like icons I plan on having, and shortcuts will be readable through some data structure that you can set up. And writing to those files is clicking the button. That is how your application will tell the system what this menu looks like through the file system. Hello, Mr. Lurkitty. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Hello, let me prepare a shout out. Okay, good. I wasn't sure if Mrs. Brazilian lady was still talking to us or not. I don't wear headphones these days. It's too hot for that. Okay. All right. So I've been streaming for 1 hour and 6 minutes. 5 minutes of that was waiting for the stream to start. Couple minutes because, again, Amazon support is stupid. So I was dealing with that. And then 1 hour of plain debugging, which actually started with me saying, I don't want to debug. If I have to debug too much stuff, I'm going to move on to designing something without implementing anything because I don't want to deal with debugging too much. And yet, all I've done since is debugging. But I would have been giving up too fast. All right, so Brazil mentioned, I thought You might be from Brazil because of the K laugh. I don't know if that's a Portuguese thing or a Brazilian thing or both. I think it's a Brazilian thing at the very least. But I have seen that before. Also, hello. Okay. It is time. Then. Now my file browser has this structure for a menu, but the desktop does not see it. So it's time for the desktop to see it. Hello, Snow. Welcome, and welcome for the 10 stream streak. I mean, thank you. Not welcome. You're welcome for me streaming 10 times in a row, so you could watch. Anyway, all right. So that is the next step. Before that, though, yesterday I did a couple of things. First off, I made it so that when you mount a file system module from user space, which is, by the way, a simple built-in feature to the operating system and doesn't need something as idiotic as libfuse, you can choose to not mount it to the global file system. And in some cases, you will have to not do that. For example, if I mount my applications menu to /menu, and you mount your applications menu to /menu, and someone else mounts their applications menu to /menu, that's going to be a problem. So, thing number one, I need to test that if I disable mounting it like that, it doesn't actually get mounted into the file system. And number two, I need to make sure that I can block certain paths from being mounted to entirely, or rather reserve them, right? So some paths, the operating system is going to be like, hey, this belongs to me, nobody else can mount to it. Maybe eventually also allowing applications to do the same thing. So a reservation system for the modules. Those are two things. Maybe though, I'm going to do the reservation system last. All right, so let me see. I can still see it from the file browser. But the file browser has access to its own file system. The question is it available in someone else's file system? And the answer should be no. But in order to test it, well, we can actually test it from... I was going to move this to another application, but there's no real need for that. We're just going to open the file browser, so that's mounted. Then go to the terminal, cd into this, and then ls. And the terminal is a little bit buggy, but there is no menu here. There is no menu here. It exists. All right, so a couple bugs to iron out still, clearly. Clearly. But we'll get to them. Well, I'll get to them. I don't want to do that on stream. But now, I mentioned earlier some tragic news. I will be bringing a C++ class back. Unfortunate, but true. And the simple reason for that is that in my terminal, I used to have an old C++ terminal. Then I have a new C terminal. And then I'm going to replace it entirely with the same code base that my Emacs-like text editor has. Which, by the way, most likely tomorrow I want to work on that a little bit because I haven't worked on it too much. Pretty much since the last time I did it on stream. I don't even remember when that was. But yeah, I need to work on it a little bit more. But that's going to be the new terminal. The problem is the old terminal had a bunch of features that the new terminal does not, but the new terminal is now another old terminal. It's deprecated, and the new terminal is not ready yet. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be removing this one entirely, going back to the old one until this one is ready. I'm not Unity, who likes to deprecate things that are currently in beta. That's stupid. So what I'm going to do is go back to the old terminal that worked well, though it was in C++. So I have to bring back its code and the ability to build C++ files in here, which I mostly removed, though you can still see it here, kind of. I'm going to be removing this one, so the terminal is going back to being C++, but more stable. And then eventually I will replace it with the new one once that one is ready, the true new one. But yeah, this terminal that I have now doesn't have all the features, and also I'm not going to continue developing it because I have a better option coming up. So yeah, we're returning to the old one. It's the reasonable thing to do, despite the fact that it requires me bringing back C++. I already have C++. I just don't have it in these userland built-in applications. These are all in C, and now this one will need to be C++. Sucks, but it is what it is. Sometimes you have to make sacrifices and hard choices, and this is one of them. All right, we've had time to take in this tragic news. It is time then to develop the damn thing that we're trying to develop. Should have menu.c here. And menu.c will need to actually render this stuff. I think it's going to be a somewhat complex type of data structure because we need to hold like what menus are currently visible, submenus to that, submenus to that. Because again, the point of making it with the file system is that it's incredibly easy to make complex hierarchies of menus, though you probably shouldn't, but you can. And I even plan on allowing the user to make their own little menu with shortcuts. Thanks to aliases. So, yeah, that should be a thing. But it does mean that the data structure to support this whole thing is going to be a little bit more complex. However, first we have to build it. Okay, so load menu. All right, we're going to have a boolean menu dirty, because we don't want to do this every frame. So if menu dirty, then load the menu, and then menu dirty false. So we only do this once. Now, what is it that we're actually doing? We are going to the current applications, the current focused applications file system. We're going to find /menu in there, and we're going to list its contents. Not visually yet, because again, it will need to actually like find it and then parse it and then put it somewhere that this can see it so we can render it. So we're not doing that, we're just printing it. But that is the plan. Get focused process ID. Get process by PID. All right, so we have to get the current process that is actually focused. Like this. If there is no process, then we don't do anything. I was trying to type return as turn. I don't know what that word was supposed to be. Anyway, alright, so we're gonna do that, and then we're going to try to load a module. No, to access a module, which you do to like resolve isolated path. Yes. All right, so this is gonna be a false. This is going to be the path slash menu. Oh wait, I don't need to do this. I don't need to do this. This is what I need. This is what I need. Okay. So the path is going to be this one. Though again, it's a path that we will need to kind of resolve dynamically. Right now I'm hard coding it to just do the top level, like the actual menu bar, not opening it yet. But, you know, when I do this, and then I don't think this has nested menus necessarily, or like at all. But like, if I go to sed and then select theme and then here a menu with themes shows up, then the path will be slash menu slash z slash select theme. So that's how it has to be handled. All right, we have to get module. No, that's not how you do that. That's not how you do that. How do you do this? No, I can resolve this. Resolve isolated path. Okay, this thing, this function. Get file system for ID. That's what I want. All right, so I want to get the file system for this process, which is going to be found in permissions owned file system. And I will need to also include something like process isolated fs.h. That's clearly not enough. Where do I do this? Oh, file system modules, fs isolation. So it's file system modules fs isolation. All right, that's good. If we don't have a local file system, we return. If we do have a local file system, then we're going to try to resolve the module from this thing. System module mod. If no mod, return. Ground up was or distro. It's from the ground up. Module loader I also need to get from this thing. And you want this to be const. All right, there we go. So right now I'm just going to print found menu module. Hold on, let me do that again because I was going in the wrong place there. I don't see it. All right. So let's begin debugging all this stuff. Oh, this is actually menu debug. Print menu debug no local file system, then return, and then print menu debug no. I may be looking in the wrong place actually. No menu. I may be looking in the wrong place. I think what I'm supposed to be doing here is file system ID, not owned file system ID. Ah, wait, okay. This is only running once at first. So as soon as the thing launches, and there's really no way for me to all right, for me to handle it properly. I just did something wrong there. I copied something that I shouldn't have. Okay. Include then kernel processes Windows menu. All right, so that should refresh it every time that the menu gets changed. Found the menu module, found the menu module. Why did it do it twice? I don't know, but it did do it. Now, why did it do it twice? I can actually just directly send the process here. Use that. Like that. Not like that, because what the hell was that? Like that. Okay. And then send it from here. No menu. That's reasonable, because this one doesn't have a menu. Next up, no menu, no menu. Why does it run twice? Next up, found menu, found menu. Starting with no menu, then found menu, found menu. Why? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why are you acting in this manner? Although I do have to say, it should be the application itself that tells me there's a menu to be loaded. That should be the one to do it. But it doesn't matter. I don't understand why I'm getting to it twice. There's literally only one place that this can be called. Maybe I'm setting the focus of the process twice for some reason. I'm setting it more than once, actually. Okay, very weird. But anyway, it should be the application itself that makes it be reloaded. So you should have to write, after I load the module, I'm going to simple write to /environment/menu. I'm not going to write anything, I'm just triggering an action. And that will handle doing this for us. Fair amount of boilerplate to be written though. So I'm just going to very quickly write all this stuff. Add a new entry to the environment called menu so that we can actually have that thing. Return nothing actually. Then when you try to open menu, we just succeed. We give you a file descriptor and we succeed. With data signature 0 and size 0. But we still return success. And then when you try to write to it, menu reload using a file descriptor, a const char buffer, a size t size, and the file offset, all of which will be completely ignored. And this is where we will do that. Refresh menu using a process. Only if the current process is the focused one. So menu proc, refresh menu, doing it with include graph, no, kernel processes, window menu. Okay, that's a lot of boilerplate, but we're done with it. Although I do want to bring this thing back. I do kind of need it. Every time you switch to a different process, the menu needs to change. It says no menu and nothing else. Cool. Doesn't work. What do you know? Okay, no menu, no menu. Even though in the environment there is now a menu, but it doesn't work. All right, let me see. One more time, this is happening. Opening menu, okay. I'm returning success. Hmm. Okay, I'm actually not handling that at all. I don't need a custom function. I just need this. If file type is equal to env type menu and s, there is no s actually, none of that matters. We just do it here. We don't need a complex entry at all. All right, it's less boilerplate than I thought. Maybe. Found menu module. Very good. Very good. And so we don't need this. All right, back to it. No more boilerplate. Back to the menu. Now, if we got to this point, we have a menu module. So, um, oh, this may be bad. I don't know how the kernel can access the module's data. I know how other applications can. I don't know how the kernel can. Oh, fuck. This may genuinely be a problem. Um, I can try to do a like traverse directory of. No, not like that. I can try to do a I can't. I can try to read a directory. Let me try that. Okay. Read dir. Is it list directory contents inside of this module, the path being path, and you're going to do it into a buffer that you're going to create called, with like, yeah, a little bit of space in it. I have zero confidence that this will work because it won't. Oh no. I could do it directly from here for that matter. Skip this whole part. Let me see. I don't think we'll ever get to that print. Yeah. 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 Oh no. Oh God. Damn. I can't believe I hadn't thought of this. File system in user space works only in user space. Literally only from within user space applications. Fucking hell, this is wow. That's actually crazy. Okay. So I don't think I can actually do this as it is right now. That is ridiculous. Oh my God. Now I can technically move the menu into user space, right? But this limitation will continue to exist. God damn. Okay. So, I said if there's too many bugs, I'm going to focus on something else. There were a lot of bugs, and I just kept going, and it was fine. This is not a bug. This is so much worse than a bug. This is a design flaw. Yo. Because of that, I 1,000,000% cannot continue doing this right now. There's that is a massive limitation. I'm going to have to think about it very well because the mechanism that powers file system in user space is that we have two processes, one that provides the file system and one that accesses the file system. Which, by the way, even if they're the same one, they're treated as if they were different right now. That's an optimization I need to do, but that's not really the point. The issue is that the file system, okay, so the requester is like, hey, I need to access a resource that is owned by someone else, by another user space program. So the kernel takes over. Well, actually, it doesn't even know that it belongs to another program. But what the kernel does is it takes over and it's like, oh, okay, what you need is owned by somebody else, not by me. So I cannot give it to you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to block your execution, request the thing, and when I get it, continue your execution with your information. So the kernel acts as like this intermediary between the two processes to do file system and user space. This will not work when this process, the requesting one, is the kernel itself. That is a massive problem. And the main reason that doesn't work is interrupting the execution isn't really handled by the job system. In saying it that way, though, I realize I might get it to work. because I don't rely at all on interrupts, or rather on a syscall, right? This all happens after the syscall, so it all happens in the kernel. Um, this may not be a problem. Holy shit, this may not be a problem. Although I believe even if it isn't a problem, I will need to change some stuff that probably don't want to change today. So, yeah. To confirm that, let me go to the job manager, line 72, and see what exactly is crashing. It's a mem copy. Can you tell me which one? You can tell me actually. Abort caused by reading from memory at this address. Funny. Nope. Address 0. Okay. Hmm. I may actually be able to fix it. This may actually not be a problem. I'm as shocked as you are. Though I may have to do some extra work. I may have to do some extra work to make it work properly. And I don't really understand what the problem is right now. But this is good. Kind of. Like, it's not as bad as I thought. Hello, Aire. I'm trying to understand what the problem is, but again, it's not even something that I'm gonna be solving today, that's for sure. But anyway, if I can see where exactly this is happening. Not pre-made kernel, but I've been working on it for a year, so been made for a while, I guess. 257, 257, 257 here. That's not very helpful, buddy. Which one of these? Wait. No, we should be good. I'm going to try something. Listing in user space for search path. No, there is a value to it, yeah. Okay. Then the buffer. Wait a minute. Let me try something real quick. Is this literally just a really stupid bug? Oh my god, it is. It's just a stupid bug. Oh my god. Fucking hell, man. Thread ended, sync ended. I think that worked. Okay, let me fix that bug first before I continue. But that was genuinely so stupid. Um, some pointers should be allowed to be null. Sometimes they're gonna be null. Interesting. Okay. Now, let me see if this actually worked. There are I entries. Turn that buffer into a U32 pointer, and then read its value. If we get there, I was somehow super wrong, might actually happen. Well, shit. We got here. So there are 0 entries, so that's not correct. But I was super wrong. Now I do need to look at this real quick. How this is implemented properly in the shared files. It was already open. Dear list. No, helpers. I can do this. All right, so let me try doing that. Okay, we're not reading anything from the thing. But damn, that actually kind of worked. I think. Somewhat. Let me make a custom function to read from it. Let's chart path. A void buffer, a size t size, and a file offset pointer offset. And we're gonna call this with buff, size, and offset. But we're also going to print hello with a lot of these to make sure that we know that that's what's happening. Return and try that. Okay, my function is actually being called. So let me see that. Okay, yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay. All right, I see what's happening. So right now I'm trying to read the menu file system thingy that I made in for powering this thing through the file system in user space from the kernel. And the thing that's happening is that we are continuing our execution completely unimpeded somehow. Right, so it says, which means that we don't even wait for the result, which is why I'm seeing 0 entries. By the way, for a while I thought I definitely could not do this because the kernel couldn't access file system in user space, but I think I was wrong. Pretty sure I was wrong. I mean, it can access it. It can access it. It might just need a little bit of tweaking. We've come so close to everything failing today. No Where's this print coming from? No module for path. But I think, yeah, that's the old one. This is the new result. Listing in user space, blah, blah, blah. Sync between 7 and 7 will happen with job 1 of type 7 using thread 2. This is what's wrong. Okay, and this is what I was a little bit worried of. Is that this is not happening within the program, between the desktop environment, within the desktop environment. This is happening within the program itself. So when the desktop environment requests information from the program, the desktop environment continues running while the program gets blocked until the information arrives. So that should actually be a pretty easy fix using this menu dirty stuff here. Because what I do is I set this flag when the program tells me to, and then if menu dirty, then load menu, and then menu dirty equals false. So essentially I'm not going to run this function until I'm not going to run the menu until I actually need to. From within the desktop environment itself so that it gets blocked until it gets the information, not the process. Crashes. That's kind of a good sign. Ish. Yep, because everything crashed in the desktop environment, I think. Well, no, what crashed? Okay, sync between 5 and 7 will happen with job 5 of type 7 using thread 6. By the way, coincidence that these two numbers are the same as these two numbers, and this one is the one in between. That has nothing to do with it. But, it worked. It worked. That's good. The, something failed. Something failed here. That shouldn't have. Like, at all. I don't believe this is very accurate. Because what do you mean strlen which was called by seek2, crashed hashmap allocate. That's not true at all. That's not even a little bit valid. Although it says it crashed on 23, so it crashed here. All right. Um, and somehow this is still happening. All right, I don't even know what it is that's crashing, really. I think it's a thread in this application, but then it's kind of freezing the whole application. Because the desktop environment is fully frozen now. Nothing changes. Okay. Alright, so I think this is now a much simpler bug than I thought, whereas before I thought there was actually like some design issue that wouldn't allow me to do this. I can do this, but I haven't thought of doing it this way. The kernel talking to the user space file system is not something that has been done so far, so it's not super prepared for that. It's a good time to start working on that, but I just want to debug it not in the stream. Because that sounds a little bit annoying to do, and it takes a bit. It takes a bit. So I would rather do that not on stream and instead focus on something else. But after this ad break that's coming up on Twitch, so I will be back in 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Once again, Jester has decided to not stick around. No commitment, no follow-through. Embarrassing. Oh, hi, Jester. Alright, so here's the deal. I was working on making menus like these, which requires me to get information on those menus from the application that's running them, from the kernel to user space. And it seems to not be working very well. And honestly, I want to take my time debugging it. Calm, no issues. So, I'll develop it, I'll hopefully get that part working. And then once I have access to that information, all the pieces will be there to start working on this menu thingy. I will do that on stream. Not tomorrow, but most likely either Friday or midweek. I don't know if I'm streaming midweek. Usually when it gets really, really hot, I stream midweek because there's nothing else to do. Going outside is literally impossible. But it depends. But yeah, not today and not tomorrow because tomorrow I want to work a little bit on my text editor. Right. So there's that. But it does mean that for the time being, I am not interested in doing this right now. I do maybe want to see if I'm able to do this. And I have to say another... What are you doing? Another thing is I need to move this whole menu logic that I'm using to test from the file browser where I'm using it right now to a different application because the file browser will also access that menu, and that's just gonna make it very confusing to know who's accessing it when. So I want to use it somewhere else, ideally. But, okay, the logic for it is here. It's not fully finished, but it is here. This is no longer necessary. Thanks, Seth, for being useless, as always. Then, just quickly checking everything I'm doing. Well, stubs are there, but it is, of course, not ready. I just kind of want to do a commit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock this feature behind an if false. Okay, so all of this is fine. Yeah, but I'm going to go into the menu and lock it like that. Then I can do a WIP. He's back. Hello, it's FZT. All right. Menu WIP. Get menu from application. Disabled due to job system not working in kernel space. Again, an alternative to this thing would be to move the menu logic into user space, which is doable and maybe even preferable because more granularity. There's no reason why it should be in kernel space. Right, a crash in that would crash the entire kernel. I don't want that. But it doesn't change the fact that this is probably something I want to figure out. Especially because the issue is not as big as I thought it was. So maybe I'll want to fix it and then move it into user space. I don't know. But I definitely don't want to handle it right now. Okay, so there is that thing. I'm going to be doing one more thing related to this just to kind of get all the important parts out of the way. After which I closed it again. I want to start thinking about making a package manager for the system, an app store for the system, which is just going to be the UI of the package manager, of course. I want to start by reading this, even though it's about package managers for programming languages, but, you know, a Ginger Bill opinion is not necessarily something I don't want to, it's not necessarily something I want to skip. So maybe we'll start here and start designing a thing. I have a general idea of how I want to do it. And most importantly, I want this to be more of an interface type of thing where the implementation is varied. You can do it in different ways. Alright, so today I kind of want to start designing this thing. But before I do that, there is one more thing I want to do, which is in a module. Hold on, let me close everything except for this. Yes. Close others. Alright, right. So I want to disable this thing from being able to be done. If you try to mount to the file system using /menu, and you try to mount it globally, that is to say it's also available to other applications, this should be rejected. I want to do that. I've been following you for a long time. I wanted to know, for someone who wants to learn systems programming like you, any suggestions? I didn't really bother learning it. I just started doing it. That's most of what I did, really. My biggest suggestion usually is to start building stuff. It's the only way to truly learn. You can learn the theory as much as you want, but once you get down to it, implementing something is much, much better. Anyway, this operation should now fail, ideally. To know if it failed, we're going to print, oh no, and then return false, return 1. The main function of this thing. Though right now it will work fine, which we don't want. We don't want this. Alright, and no crashes, none of that stuff is happening. Good. Oh, let me check one more thing before I continue. Okay. Since this was crashing, I want to check, is it something I did wrong? But no. Something I did wrong in the setup. Since I wrote the entire thing, it is something I did wrong. Or rather, something I didn't do right, at the very least. Anyway, load fs module for global should fail. Because I'm going to create a system to say, hey, this path is reserved inside of this file system, which is the kernel's file system doesn't allow it. Your local file system does, your kernel's file system does not. Alright, so that is a module loader type of thing. It is a fair amount of work, actually. Reserve mount point. So this function. It is a fair amount of point because this module root is a hash map. It shouldn't be a hash map anymore. It should now be a structure, not a stricture, a structure with a hash map, which is the map, and another hash map, which is the reserved. So the ones that you cannot use. Alright, so in doing that, I probably broke the code a little bit. Yeah, starting with the fact that this is actually mapped to hash map instead of modules. Same for here, and here, and here. Alright, now all I have to do is modules.map, modules, pointer map. modules map pointer. Alright, if I design this thing correctly, there's very little code that I need to change, but I do need to change some code. Alright, so far we're gonna make this return false. This is not gonna do anything right now. I just wanna see that my code compiles. No. Oh, actually, I don't think I can put this thing in user space. Yeah, that's not a thing that I can do. Never mind. I do need to do it this way. And this is returning the wrong thing. Module root. Module root. Oh, I did it wrong. Okay. There we go. That's one fix. Hello, Tuan. Welcome. Making the desktop environment sounds fun. It can be. It should be. It could have been. Alright, that's good. Then this. Like that. This. Like that. We're good? All done? Alright, now in the process. You know, the sad part is that module root used to be literally just a hash map. And I changed it, and I type defed it specifically because eventually it would be more than that. But I did it in such a stupid way that I did not save a single bit of time with doing that. Amazing. I don't want to change the logic of this thing, but I want to make sure it's correct. Now I have to do it in the syscall as well. No, it's the same change. Dot map buckets map buckets. Please let that be it and let it work. Yes? Yes? No. Damn it. Oh! Ugh, that could have been so easy. And the worst part is it's crashing at address 0, 0. We have no idea why it's crashing. No fucking clue. Whatsoever. It's crashing when loading a process. Oh, I have coffee, that's good. Should I keep working on this? Or just move on? Alright, this is where I create the thing. Well, what I'm creating here is different than what I should be creating, so it makes sense. Nope, that still crashes. So none of this is actually being called, I'm pretty sure. So at the point that it's crashing, there's nothing in user space. So none of this is even being called. Um, I could try GDB, the GNU damn bugger, because it's not a debugger. It creates more bugs than it fixes. But I might as well. Yesterday I used it for a bit and I have to say it was not bad. It was pretty shitty, but like it worked. It did what I needed, I guess. Which is not a given. Okay, it did what I needed. Holy shit, look at that. It actually told me where the crash happened on line 58. Here. In the modules map, I am putting the module... Oh, okay. That's nowhere near a problem, actually. It should be pretty simple to fix. I am... I think that should be it, actually. Did GDB actually help? No. No. I mean, it did. It did. The problem is just still happening. But do you know how useless GDB is? Like, this does not happen often. Load module 2, now on line 59, it's still happening. Although, inside of put dictionary, hash map put, line 150, here, it has no hash function. Oh, that's not good. Wait, hold on. No, I am doing it right. The hash function is set here. I am also doing it, so that's not even it. It says load module 2 is being called from make process file system from kernel process. Okay, that's a different story. That is a different story. Make process file system, this is where it's crashing. For the audio mixer, why are you doing that though? Alright, so you create the permissions, you create the module root, you give it a map, you pass it in. Then you get that file system. How do you do that? You get the current entry. That is going to be a module root. And then the crash is happening on line 69 here. Okay, both values seem to be set. These are not the same values. I'm saying I registered F40 with a map at F60, but the module root is being returned as F60. Even though what I'm storing is F40. Wait, there's a little bit of extra indirection here that shouldn't be happening, I think. Should be like that, probably. Isn't that beautiful? Alright. Little refactor done. Now to actually write the code. Swear to God. Alright, so for the modules, we have to see if we have a reserved value type of thing. If we don't, we're going to create it with, again, a 64 capacity. Then we're going to check if hash map get dictionary from the modules reserved. We're going to check, do we have a reservation already made? And if so, we return false, because that's already reserved. Maybe we even print an error. Print module already reserved with the name of the thing that we already reserved. The mount point. The mount point. That. Alright, otherwise we just do a hash map put dictionary again. Modules reserved. Mount point. Nope. Mount point. And who has it reserved? That would be the owner of this file system, which we technically do not have. So no value. Just the fact that it exists for now, and I'm gonna put a to-do. Keep track of who reserved it. Right now, the only thing that can reserve modules in the file system is the kernel, so there's no need for this, but eventually I will want to say like, oh, a specific process has said that they're going to mount something at this location, so nobody else can do it. Unless it's the kernel, in which case the kernel's going to ignore what the process said. Anyway. Here. If modules reserved and hash map get dictionary modules reserved with the module that we're trying to mount root, mount point, I mean, then we're going to kprint module error mount point s is reserved. And we're going to print the mount point. All right, at which point it should fail. Right, so actually return false. While I'm at it, here and here, I'm going to add the word error. And here, I'm going to add module error. Just a little bit of cleanup. All right. And now, all I have to do is in my kernel somewhere, before I start any processes, reserve mount point for the kernel file system, with the mount point being menu. And now, if I'm not mistaken and I did everything correctly, I already have everything in place for this to fail. So it will print oh no and fail. But that's expected because that's exactly what I want. No. Okay. So clearly not. Clearly didn't work. The reason for that being that the scheduler, I don't know why this code is in the scheduler, but anyway, we should be calling load module. Why am I seeing this? Why is Zed so broken, man? I swear to God, it's so annoying. Else, if modules is not equal, is equal to kernel fs, then just print module s not reserved. Because something is clearly wrong there. Module menu not reserved. Well, one of you is lying. Clearly. All right. So it's a bunch of these prints now, but reserve the menu for this one that ends in 6700. And then when I actually open the damn thing, here, menu not reserved. Okay, so something's clearly wrong. Because if you told me that the module menu is reserved for F6700, then why am I seeing it as not reserved? Reserve menu for F6700. That's the same address, right? 844EF. 844EF6700. Okay, so something's wrong. It should return... Oh my god. I wrote the value 1 as the reservation thingy. I mean the value 0 as the reservation thingy. Okay, that's good. Which... Alright. So there we have it. Now we cannot use menu because it is already reserved. Very good. Very good. Actually, keep that. Module reserved. Like that. Keep that error. I mean that print. Get rid of this debug. And that's it. We now have a reservation system. Because an application shouldn't be able to mount menu to the global file system. But it should be allowed to mount it locally, so to do that, although it doesn't work, but to do that, should be able to do it like this. If you don't mount it globally, it should work just fine. Good. Okay. I was worried that wasn't gonna work. Alright, so we're good? Okay, and I can move on to the other thing that I was gonna do today. Finally. Finally. Just going to very quickly go through this and quickly do a commit. Okay. Get rid of that. Keep this. Keep that. I'm pretty sure I just got rid of the debug. No, we're good. Reserve mount points. Good. I missed one. Or not. Zed's just buggy like that. Anyway. Tomorrow I'm gonna work more on my alternative to, well, to Zed and to Emacs. Because Emacs is a little bit buggy as well. But most importantly, it is Annoying as hell, but it is useful. So tomorrow I get to work on that, maybe complain less about Z, but until that moment, I will continue complaining about Z. Anyway, moving on. Although I've technically explained this part 3 times, but there's always people coming and going, so I'm going to explain it again. Hello, gamer, welcome. Okay, so what I just did right now was a lot of file system stuff, even though it was meant to be for loading menus, like these, in a Mac OS type of way, so always on the top. That's why the system needs access to the menus that your application has. That's why it works like that. But I need to fix some things. So in the process, we are going to move on to something else. And I cut my finger today, and every time I move my hand a little weird, it like hurts a tiny bit. It's like it just reminds me that that injury is there. That's an injury. Jesus, that sounds a lot more annoying than it is. Anyway, another thing that my operating system is really starting to need is some central place that I can get applications, not packages yet, like tools and stuff like that, but also that, just any kind of, yeah, tool that you might need. Right, so a package manager, an app store, what do you call these things? I don't know, what is Flatpak called by Wikipedia, for example? So we're going to be building that, but we're going to be building it, well, we're going to be designing it today more so than building it, looking at alternatives, how these things work, all of that stuff. It calls itself a package manager and software deployment and package management for Linux. It's a utility for that. So that is the plan, to do something like this. Now, Flatpak has something really nice that I plan on having, but I don't have right now, and it's not really important, which is complete isolation of these applications. Partial or complete, depends, right, on permission systems and whatnot. And technically, to a certain extent, I can have this in the system, but I really don't yet. So I have the code for it, but it's disabled because if I disable, I can actually show it. What happens if I try to completely isolate applications from each other is that a lot of stuff that runs in user space will no longer work. There, that's all it takes to enable it, and everything works well until we get to this point. That's not supposed to crash. So that's not good. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm not null checking something that I didn't need to null check before. All right, well, in showing something completely useless, we ended up fixing a crash. Anyway, this is what my launcher looks like if I completely isolate it from the rest of the system without having the correct permission system to only give it access to the things that I want. It doesn't have that, so we get this. First off, it cannot find any apps. And second, it cannot adapt its own color to the color of the system that the system is using, because it gets that from /theme, and it doesn't have access to /theme. So, like I said, system's not ready for that. Found a bug in the meantime. That's pretty cool. That's always nice to have. All right. Wasn't gonna write code and I already fixed the bug in the process. I'm doing this so I don't have to debug it, and I ended up debugging anyway. Well, this is how it goes sometimes. Anyway, um, I wanted to start reading this thing, Package Managers Are Evil by Ginger Bill. This is not fully related to what I'm doing, because at least I highly doubt that it is, because first off, Ginger Bill is the designer, is the creator of Odin, a programming language, and he's talking about package managers for programming languages are evil, which is a thing that I mostly agree with, but package managers themselves are not the problem. Now, one problem that Linux does have is how many package managers there are. It is really annoying. It is really annoying. I compare it to, I don't know how things work on Windows, so I'm gonna talk about Mac instead, where even though there are third-party ways of doing things, um, it's become pretty standardized. There is a main official app store which nobody uses, which is the Mac App Store. Then there is a kind of secondary place in which you get software, both UI-based software and tools, but mostly tools, which is Homebrew, which is also available in Linux. This is also available on Linux, has a lot of useful packages. This is a pretty nice go-to place to install a lot of things on Mac. And it's the thing that Linux is so fragmented about. Every distro has its own thing. Technically every distro of Mac also has its own thing because it's a third-party app. It's just that there's only one distro of Mac. And it's also a third-party thing. It's very easy for it to support every single system. Homebrew does run on Linux, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. A Linux shell or WSL. You can have it. You can have it. So yeah, apparently it's a thing on Mac, Linux, and WSL. It's fairly new, I feel like. But it does support Linux, and that's pretty nice. Alright, so that's the thing about Mac, is that you have these two alternatives, right? One for downloading software, one for downloading like apps, and one for downloading tools, binaries, that is. And even though this one is not official by any means, and there are alternatives, this is the main one. And it's pretty nice to have that. Less standard. Funnily enough, Homebrew is more standard than the Mac App Store. Nobody uses the damn Mac App Store. Nobody likes it. Nobody wants it. No, there's plenty of apps on there, but most of the times you just download a .app off of a website and you install it by literally dragging it into the applications folder. More complex things have complex installers, but even those wouldn't be able to go onto the App Store, so not really a problem. Now, on Linux, entirely different story. I'm on Debian. On Debian, if I want to install a tool, a utility of some sort, I would do apt-get and then download the thing. For example, to install QEMU, I had to do apt-get QEMU system arch64, if I'm not mistaken. If I want to install other ones, I have to do the same thing. When I was in Ubuntu, I had to do apt-get. Different command. Even though I also had apt, I had to do it through apt-get. If you're on Arch, you do it through a blood sacrifice, I believe, or Pac-Man. Pretty sure it's Pac-Man, or the Hour. Aurora Innovations Inc., which is up 21 today. Isn't it the weekend? Why is it up? The Hour, which is the Arch Linux user repository. Either Pac-Man or R, which is death. So blood sacrifice. Like I said, you also have Pac-Man. Okay. Anyway. Don't use the R right now. Right. Which did have a little bit of a dependency, malware, supply chain attack type of thing, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Now, that is a thing that scares me when it comes to these types of things. Because there is no such thing as like vetting. There's no vetting process when it comes to the stuff that you put on there. This is technically true of anything, really. Old packages that weren't maintained. Right, you could take over a package in a really stupid way. I remember that being the case. Essentially, a package was um, abandoned, and somebody else could just be like, "I'll take over that," and then push a malicious update. That's really stupid. But with that being said, yeah, if you download software off the internet, there is a chance that it's gonna be bad, you know? At some point, you just have to accept that. This coffee is warm, which is usually a good thing for coffee, but this is cold brew. So now it's just brew. The build scripts would install npm packages. Yeah. Build scripts. I don't necessarily believe in them. We're not doing that. Okay? We're dealing with an operating system for a single architecture and a single way of doing things. Because of that, there should be no reasonable reason why you should reason that your package needs to be built on the user's computer. There's no reasonable reason why you should not provide a pre-built binary. So I should not have the need for pre-builts. I don't need those. You end up compiling the entirety of Python to WebKit JTK2 just to install an app. Look, that's stupid as hell. I don't know what to tell you, man. I just made the biggest masterpiece. It's a C sharp, a C sharp app that builds in IL code, intermediate language. I'm assuming you mean using a bunch of XORs on an unmanaged pointers to print hello world and segfaults and fucking dies. What? That's interesting. Wait, is IL the intermediate language that C sharp gets compiled to? Is that what it means? Because the only time I've heard of IL is from IL to CPP that Unity has to translate C sharp to C++. I kind of never thought of that. C sharp uses an intermediate language. C sharp is technically, it's not an interpreted language though. It just uses its own backend, I think, right? Something like that. I remember hearing of IL to CPP in a Matt Casey video about decompiling a Sonic mobile game made in Unity. Yeah, so Unity used to target um, mono, which is a way to make C sharp cross-platform. But now it compiles to C++ based on the architecture, based on all the things that you're doing. So I remember being so happy when they did that. I used to actually like Unity. Not sure what was wrong with me. By the way, that thing that I said before about bringing back my original terminal, because I am going to be making a new terminal, but it's not ready yet. And the terminal that I have right now doesn't have all the features. So I said, I'm not Unity deprecating a beta. Let me see if I can find it. UNet, is that the one? Okay, so this was last year. Oh, no, no, no. I'm actually kind of misremembering what Unity did, maybe? Maybe it's not networking. But I do remember either Unity deprecated its networking code that was beta, so it never saw full release and it got deprecated immediately, or they deprecated it without an alternative. One of those two things. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I've stopped using Unity a long time ago. This is just something I heard of because of how ridiculous it was. By the way, the reason that I left Unity is I was doing ECS with the back then new ECS system, and they kept constantly changing the entire API every minor release, which is not how you do a minor release, by the way. New input system, still a package needs installing. Yeah. Yeah. For a second, I forgot that I actually do use Unity for my job, so I do still use it. And in fact, it is a thing. By the way, like a thing that I hate so much that Unity, Unreal, Apple, I've noticed like these are the companies that I've noticed the most like do this, is they have a simple solution for something. But maybe there's a little edge case that isn't covered. Maybe you're changing the way that you do things. So what you do is you introduce a new solution to doing it. You deprecate the old one, but the new solution is so convoluted and stupid that nobody wants to use it. I remember like on iOS apps, you used to get the current application based on like UI, the current window, right? Using UI application dot current window or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was like. Main window? I don't know. This is how you would get the main window on an iOS app. An iOS app most likely has just one window. It doesn't have multiple ones. But because they want to make their code, you know, compatible with Mac, which you can have multiple windows, but you most likely don't, but you technically can. Now you have to do something ridiculous, like UI application, dot current application, dot all windows, dot main window. No, actually it's like all scenes, the window scene, dot current window. And by the way, several of these are actually asynchronous for some reason. For some fucking reason, they're async, and they're also optionals. Don't do that. Don't do that. If I'm using UI application current window, I'm pretty sure I'm assuming that there's a window and that I'm getting the main one or the current one. Just instead of deprecating it, just make it work in a different way, or give me an alternative to the deprecated one that works in the same way. Don't make me do this convoluted shit. That's not how you deprecate stuff. We've deprecated the simple solution in favor of the complex one that handles cases that you will never ever ever have to worry about, but now you do have to worry about them because we couldn't be bothered giving you defaults. Unity does that, Apple does that, Unreal Engine does that, and it's so annoying. Mostly Unity and Apple though. New input system back in like 2022 when I thought Unity was the best for indie game dev. Unity has never been the best for indie game dev. It's on version 1, so maybe not. Well, this looks almost simple. Unity, did you fix your shit? Now, the reason that I talked about that is actually Unity doing like a new UI system that is so convoluted and stupid. That was just like, why is every UI I have to build this complex? This is useful for complex UIs, but most UIs probably don't need this. So you're deprecating the old system that works fine for simple things. You're giving me a new system that works very well for complex things, but it's all that complexity also for simple things. That's not how you deprecate things. That's not how you do things. Why would you do that? Why would you do all of that stuff? That's just not how you do anything ever. If you have a simple way of doing things, but you don't have a complex way of doing things, add a new one, but don't deprecate the simple one. Don't make everything complex. Either make everything simple if you can, or make it simple when needed and more complex when needed. I don't understand how this is not something that these companies follow, especially Apple, because Apple used to be so good with these things. Apple used to be the simple, it just works company. And now it's like, well, it just works, but you have to make it work first. You have to do all this setup first, and then, well, you know, it may not work, so you have to be careful and make sure that it does work. So we're making everything async and we're making everything optional just in case. I think we've become too afraid of the computer. I think we need to stop being afraid of the computer. Rust? Let it rust away. We're stainless steel over here. We don't do rust. Okay. That got way off rails into a discussion on software design. But anyway, on Mac there's actually like it's funny, like two package managers. The App Store, Homebrew, and a few alternatives that nobody uses. And the App Store nobody uses, but it's official from Apple, so I'm mentioning it here. Or you know, browser. Download stuff from the browser. That's a pretty common one. Because it really is that simple. Package management should really be this simple. On Linux, package manager is just like, well, it depends on what distro you're in, because different distros have different package managers. And we couldn't really be bothered providing you with an alternative for all of them. So here it is for Debian, here it is for Ubuntu, and here it is for you to build yourself on literally any other distro. Go fuck yourself while you're at it. So maybe, and of course, Linux suffers from the XKCD problem with the standards. There are 14 competing standards. We're going to develop our own universal standard that covers everyone's use cases, and now there are 15 competing standards. This problem in Linux will never be fixed. Because every time that the problem gets fixed, it just adds to the problem instead of fixing it. Lucky for me, this is not the case. This is where I think the operating system should be a complete experience. Do you want an alternative? That's your problem, not mine. The operating system is a complete experience, not a disconnected mess of different things that are never compatible with each other, that are completely different standards that make user experience hell. The user experience on Linux is hell. The user experience on Windows is hell because it's become bloatware and adware and spyware these days. On Linux, it's hell because the community keeps doing this. Because what I just said about package managers applies to desktop environments, applies to window managers. Like on Wayland, you have to use an extra protocol to draw the desktop's default window buttons. Where else? Drivers for anything. That's about it, but that literally covers anything that you might want to do on Linux. All of it is just competing standards, never compatible with each other, and by the way, the second that you dare use the wrong standard, capital W, capital S, you're screwed. There's nothing you can do. Besides, go online, ask a question or find a question that somebody asked and be like, well, the problem here is that you're using this distro, which does not support this kind of thing. What you have to do is wipe your system completely and install it according to the configuration that I'm telling you, which is the objectively correct one, because I am smart and you are not. Which is what the average Linux discussion eventually ends up sounding like. You cannot say I'm wrong, because I have both X11 and Wayland on this system. Neither of them works 100%, and that's what every discussion in trying to make either one work sounded like. Also, that's what the average discussion sounds like whenever I complain about my distro, and whenever I complain about Linux in general. So, sounds like your average Reddit user. Well, you keep in mind, the average solution to this you're gonna find on Reddit and AI, which is gonna sound like that but stupider because AI was trained on Reddit, so now AI also sounds like a Redditor. Just like it's horrifying. The state of everything is horrifying. I'm using Debian right now. So, again, single architecture, fully contained, fully operational operating system that I'm working on should have a single place in which you get your applications and tools. So, UI and binary applications. Single place where you get that. I want to design that. I was thinking of like making it be functional for cross-platform as well. That wouldn't even necessarily be too difficult. But is it really necessary? Because, and most importantly, it would help me vendor the stuff that I install, which I don't necessarily hate as an idea. So maybe I want to open for the possibility of that happening, but I don't know. I guess I'll see. All right, so that's the thing I want to do. Now, when it comes to package manager um, for the programming language, which is the other thing that you need to install stuff for. Ginger Bill tells us about package managers are evil, and Ginger Bill is a man that made Odin. I will read this and hope that he proves me wrong about an issue, or rather, he addresses an issue that I had with Odin, which is the fact that Odin vendors SDL and Raylib and a lot of other really cool things. I think that's pretty cool of it. It makes it really cool for prototyping. However, Gingerpil. Actually, soon I will need to kind of learn how Vulkan works, and I am considering using I was gonna say Gingerbill. That's not the name of the programming language. Odin, because it also vendors Vulkan. But when I actually tried running STL in the fully self-contained manner that Odin presents it, it was not self-contained. I had to install it using my package manager. And that felt a little bit of like, why, man? Why is that a thing? So I want to see if he addresses that. Because it doesn't tell me much that I don't need to include the files if I still have to install anything externally. So vendoring, if I'm gonna be vendoring dependencies, I should have the entire thing vendored, not just half of it. Okay, so I want to see if Gingerbill is going to address that. But I'm mentioning it before I read the article, otherwise I'm gonna sound like I'm making it up. Like, oh, but he didn't address the thing that I thought about but never said. So yeah, I wanna mention it before I read the article. Let me try Gen 2. Is it? Ooh, did I read that wrong? Holy fuck. Lets you customize every aspect of your system. Does that mean I have to do everything myself? Because Linux users also don't seem to know the difference between customizable and DIY. They're different things. Customizable is nice. DIY is a pain in the ass. Compile every package yourself distro. That's DIY. That's not customizable. Customizable means I download the damn thing and I can use it. There's something I don't like, I change it. I don't like a thing, I change how it works. But I do like a thing, I don't have to change it. I don't have to do anything with it. That is how I want my system to work, although it may not be exactly how the system works right now. It is under development, and this is, again, I've mentioned it, like customization is an important thing to me, but defaults are also an important thing to me during development of a system that I'm mostly making for myself. I am going to focus more on defaults and then making them customizable, as opposed to making everything customizable from the very beginning. Right, so that's how it should be. But in the future, I do hope I can make it truly customizable and not DIY. You want to download it, see what it's like, Boom. Full user experience right off the box. Right out of the box. Oh, you get that, but you don't like a certain thing? Here's how you edit it. In a simple way, by the way. If you want to edit UI, you should be able to edit it visually. If you want to edit code, you should be able to edit the code. That's a different thing. So I have modularized the system a little bit, but not fully yet. Okay. Okay. Let's begin. Then, wait, what? I learned about Dev1 recently. Is that somebody just misspelled Debian too many times and decided to make Dev1 a reality? A fork of Debian without systemd. Also, as the average user, I don't want to care about the init process of my operating system. This is not important. I need the damn thing to work so I can do my work. Alright? The operating system has a job. I have a job. I do my job and you do yours. Don't make me do your job. Another thing that Linux does not tend to understand often. We're Linux users. We're not Linux maintainers. We're not Linux developers. We shouldn't have to care about this stuff. I just want to turn on my computer and it works, and I want to install something and it works, and that's it. That's literally how other systems work, by the way. It's amazing. Let me not go there. And just continue. And not mention heads or asses. Alright. Let's begin reading this thing. So package managers are apparently evil for programming languages. Again, I agree, but again, I have found a pretty big limitation with Odin that I don't know exactly what's going on there. By the way, this is indeed a stand-up podcast episode with Ginger Bill side of things. The other guy was the creator of Elixir, whose name I don't remember. I feel like it was a Spanish name. No, Wikipedia. Should I keep my tabs like this, maybe? Jose Balim. Okay, so, actually I feel like he was like Polish or something. But the name Jose is Spanish, but then Balim is not. I feel like he was Polish though. But anyway, that's the guy that that did this. I do know Spanish, yes. Package managers for programming languages are evil. C1. The term evil is being used partially hyperbolic to make a point. One thing about Ginger Bill, he is incredibly British. Because that was very that's a very British thing to do. to specify something that should be obvious, but just in case I'm gonna specify it. Isn't he British? Did I accidentally commit a sin? A UK sin? Doesn't say where he's from. I'm not super familiar with what different accents sound like, but I'm pretty sure he's British. Alright, so he's gonna make a distinction between a package repository, a build system, and a package manager. These are all separate and have no relation to one another. Technically what I want to build, by the way, is this and this. Oh, you heard British and it got your attention. Okay, I see. I said that Ginger Bill is British, and I'm pretty sure he is. But again, I did not find confirmation of that unless he's on Wikipedia. He's on Grokpedia, which is the racist version of Greekipedia, Jesus Christ, of Wikipedia. He's also on HIO. For some reason. He's an ex-physicist. About Billy. This Bandzoogle account has What is a... What are you talking about? What is a Bandzoogle? He is also an American comedian, social media star. That's Ginger Billy. There's Ginger Baker. Alright, so really the only info on him is on Grokpedia, which I refuse on moral and other grounds to open. But I do believe he is British. Alright, somebody prove me wrong if he's not. And possibly attack me, because if he is not, then it's probably very problematic. Anyway. He has nothing against packages. Odin has packages built into the language. Makes sense. I have nothing wrong with repository. That's a weird way of voicing it. I have nothing wrong with repositories. You don't want to know what Procopedia is. It's racist Wikipedia. Made with Proc. That's why it's racist. It is a few other things. As a lot of other people discover new packages, as a lot of people discover new packages, a search engine, something I think everyone uses on a daily basis. I primarily use DuckDuckGo. Very important information here, Billy. Thank you. I also use Google and many others because they are pretty much all bad. I agree. Thank you for telling us, though. I entered a conversation with the Google AI regrettably and asked for a source. I mean, okay, I'm gonna give you a source myself. Hold on. Don't smile at me like that.
This is my last question that I had prepared, so we can end after
That's
this.
Fine. That's fine. Like. Absolutely fine. I don't know if Jose's gonna hate me or not for this.
Well, I figured if it goes bad, well,
all right, so that should be enough proof that he is British, right? But again, I'm not good at recognizing accents, especially UK accents. He's British. Thank you. All right. With that being said, I don't know why I went down this tangent of whether he's British or not. But I do think he is very British, because again, this clarification is an incredibly British thing to do. Alright, so yeah, he has no issue with package managers or repositories. Build systems are language dependent and specific, and for Odin I have tried to minimize the need for a build system entirely, which I think is a great thing that he did in Odin. You don't really need a build system in most cases, and that's actually so good. Where most projects will build with Odin build dot, which works due to the linking information being defined in the source code itself with the foreign system. This leaves package managers. What do they do? Package managers download packages from repositories, handle the dependencies and try to fix them, and then download dependencies and its dependencies and its dependencies, and you can probably see where my criticism is going. This is the automation of dependency hell, which I will tell you, I would rather take the automated version of dependency hell than the not automated version of it. But he is right. The problem is that not everything needs to be automated, especially hell. What an incredible sentence. Not everything needs to be automated, especially hell. Hats off to you, sir. The UK accent varies so much for such a small country. London alone has like 10 different accents. I don't get it. Obviously, there's gonna be a lot of people from London that are like from different parts of the country, but still, even like London itself, there's gonna be different accents. I don't understand how that's even possible. Dependency hell is a real thing which anyone who has worked on large projects has experienced. Projects having thousands, if not tens of thousands of dependencies where you don't know if they will work properly, where there are bugs, you don't know anything is being handled, it's awful. Now there is one thing that I technically do not have in my operating system. but hopefully will reduce this being a problem, although it will introduce other problems. I don't have dynamic linking. There's no dynamic linking in the system. And I am happy with that. Very happy with that. Because it means when you produce a binary, that binary will be completely self-contained. Now, the issue with that, for example, is the fact that I changed how malloc and free work. I used to have a malloc syscall. Now it is just a function. There's some old programs, such as Doom, that I have not recompiled since I made that change. So Doom, even though it's installed on my system, fails to load. Couldn't realloc. Recompiling will fix that though. And again, no such thing as dependency hell, no such thing as your software breaking because someone doesn't have a dependency. No such thing as having to package your software too much even. Because everything is in your binary. That is how the system works. That's how I intend on keeping it working. And that is also how I plan on having my cross-platform applications work. The ones that I make, not the ones that are for the operating system, obviously. Because I don't have control over Linux, Mac, and Windows. Nor do I want any of that. I want to stay as far away from them as possible. Another completely different thing is projects having thousands, if not tens of thousands of dependencies. That is ridiculous. This is the wrong thing to automate. You can do this manually, however, it doesn't stop you getting into hell. Rather just slow you down as you can put yourself into hell. In fact, everyone puts themselves into hell voluntarily. This man is dropping bar after bar after bar in this fucking blog post. It's incredible. Ginger Bill is a philosopher first and programmer second. This is absolutely incredible writing going on here. The point is it makes you think how you get there. So you have to download manually. The point is it makes you think how you get there, so you have to download manually. Oh, so if you have to okay, Jesus Christ, I skipped a load-bearing word there. So if you have to download manually, you will start thinking, maybe I don't want this, maybe I can do this instead. And when you need to update packages, being manual forces you to be very careful. The unnecessary automation is the general criticism. Alright, so most package managers usually define what a package is because the language itself does not have a well-defined concept of a package in the language. JavaScript is a great example of this where there's multiple package managers for the language, NPM being the most popular. But because each package manager defines the concept of a package differently, it results in the need for a package manager. Yes, this is a real thing. This is why I'm saying it is evil, that it will send you to hell quicker. What is a package manager manager? I'm terrified. Hello? What is a package manager? That is insane. What do you mean? When using some languages such as Go, most people don't need many third-party packages even though Go has a built-in package manager. The entrance to hell seems too far and hard to get to. The reason such languages don't fall into this trap as quickly is that those languages have a really good core standard library, batteries included. When using Go, for example, you don't need any third-party libraries to make a web server. Go has it all there and you're done. Go even has a Go compiler built into the standard library. In fact, it has two, a high-level one for tooling, and one which does the actual compiling itself, and I clicked on something. Oh, okay. These are linkables. So you can click the link while you're on it. Very weird. Alright, so is praising Go, since it has its own built-in package manager. It is better that, just having defaults makes things so much better. Even the Go compiler is built in, apparently. In real life, when you have a dependency, you're responsible for it. Wait, by the way, the Primogen made a Klingon approach joke about the compiler and the high-level compiler being separate. Because Klingons have, what was it? Redundant organs. A very nerdy joke. And a very British sentence. In real life, when you have a dependency, you are responsible for it. If the thing that is dependent on you does something wrong, like a child or a business, you might end up in jail. Oh, it's that serious, huh? Okay. I don't think it's that, well, shit. Dependency injection? It is that serious, actually. As you are responsible for that. Package dependencies are not far, but different people trust them with little to no verification. And when something goes wrong, you are on the hook to maintain it. It is a thing that you should worry about and take care of. A common thing that people bring up about package managers are security risks. There are indeed serious problems, especially when you blindly trust these things you have randomly started depending from off the internet. However, for my needs, those are not even the biggest worries for what I work on, but they might be for you. For me at work, we currently use SDL2 for windowing stuff at work, and we have found a huge amount of bugs, same. And we hate it to the point that we will probably write our own windowing and input handling system from scratch for each operating system we target. Avoiding this is specifically why I looked into SDL and I had to restart my stream twice because it crashed my entire computer. Another thing that Linux is too concerned about other things to worry about that this can happen. Anyway. At least it is our code and we can depend on it and correct it when things go wrong. We're not having an extra dependency. I know SDL2 is used by billions of people, Jesus, millions of people, but we keep hitting all of the bugs. But it's great though. SDL3 might fix it, but the time to integrate SDL3 would be the same time it could write it from scratch. I'm not advocating to write things from scratch. I am. Well, for me. But no, not really. I wish there were libraries I could say that they just work, but I still have to depend on them, and they are a liability, not a security liability, just bug liability. Each dependency is a potential liability. Okay, so far I agree with them. And by the way, this is making me want to vendor a bunch of stuff in my build system that I made in Lisp, because that is one of the biggest issues that I have, is that I have to some stuff that is not vendored. That is a pain in the ass. But completely unrelated, I just thought of that. Could have been a combination of bugs? Yeah, if only there was a central thing running on my computer that could make sure that certain things cannot happen, no matter how bad a combination of bugs get together and turn into a rat king of bug king, I guess, to crash my entire computer. Make sure that that doesn't happen, perhaps. Wouldn't that be nice if we had a sort of system that operates my computer for me and does this kind of thing? Some sort of operative system, perhaps. Hello, iSteve. Wouldn't it be nice if Linux was not a joke? People rarely, if ever, vet their code, especially third-party code. Most people assume that random code of the internet works. Operative? Of course. It's a niche reference. This is a societal issue. It really is that deep when it comes to Ginger Bill. Where programmers are very high trusting in a place where you should have the least amount of trust possible. To put it bluntly, a lot of programmers come from highly developed countries in which are in general high trust societies and then apply that to the rest of the online world. This means you only need one person to do something malicious to do something millions depend on to screw everything up. I was not expecting the socioeconomic analysis of the situation. Then again, I am Venezuelan and don't trust the slightest of dependencies, so you're not wrong. It doesn't even have to be malicious, but a funny bug. Linux has a lot of those. I've encountered a lot of those. Or if you clicked one pixel on the screen, it is rickrolling you. Is that a thing that actually happened? Or is it gonna rickroll me? Okay, audio off, just in case. Yeah. 4K remaster. Okay. If it's open source, I assume it doesn't work perfectly. If it's commercial, oh, before 2023, I used to believe it probably works. Nowadays, it probably doesn't. Yeah, the trust in commercial software has gone way down. In software in general has gone way down. Open source too, actually. Using packages is a trend. Oh, for attacks? Yeah. We've had an explosion of engineers over the past 10 years which have come into the advent of all these package managers coming out for all of these languages all at the same time. So programming feels very daunting. When you don't know how something works, it feels very daunting, especially when you first start out. The thing is that is confusing, especially a high trust argument that was being made. There is weird Gell-Mann amnesia effect going on. Yeah, this would have been a good place to put a little annotation so I don't have to go to the Wikipedia page, Mr. Bill. Not your British explanations of the stuff that you're talking about. You read one page and it's all about horses and you feel, man, I know a lot about horses. Then you flip to the next page and it's about JavaScript and you go, man, they got everything wrong about JavaScript. And you flip to the next page and it's like, man, I know a lot about beetles. And you just forget that they're super wrong on the thing you understood, but you think everything else is correct. By the way, if you like AI, here's a little article you might want to read. Nope, reason. But yeah. You'll find engineers who go, some of my coworkers are horrible. Hey, let me download this library off the internet. This is going to be awesome. It's crazy as if they look and go, wow, 1/3 of our staff cannot program anything. Also, I'm going to trust every open source package I've downloaded. So there is this Gell-Mann amnesia in programming code, where people who do open source or open things are viewed as the best of engineers when that isn't true. It is true that you have to a certain extent, like, be passionate about what you're doing to do it completely for free, or at least it was before. Actually, now people are paying to put open source slop on GitHub. Because, by the way, when you code with an LLM, you're paying to code. When you're vibe coding, you're literally paying to make that bullshit that you're making. As opposed to people who get paid to code. Or people who do it because they genuinely are passionate for it. So before 2023, this was kind of true. That passion goes a long way for the quality of software. But at the same time, first off, the not being paid part also goes a long way in the opposite direction. And also, none of this really means anything. It's just mostly like that, but not really. Most people assume programming is like every other industry, like actual engineering, which has been around for thousands of years, or modern science, which has been around for about half a millennium. People trust who they perceive to be the experts. As you see, all of these articles, books, conference videos, etc., they all tell you stuff, but for the most part, which does not necessarily seem true. I remember trusting those who were perceived to be experts, which were espousing wisdom. However, as I have programmed more over the years, I realize there is very, very little wisdom in this industry. This industry is 70 to 75 years old at best. That is not old enough to have any good evolutionary selection pressure. It is not old enough to get rid of the bad things. It hasn't evolved quick enough. We will find out in a few 100 years, and I mean hundreds, what is actually good wisdom in programming. There are some laws we know, like Conway's Law, where organizations which design systems are constrained to produce designs which are copies of the communication structures of these organizations. Interesting. Or to rephrase it in programming terms, the structure of the code will reflect the company that programs it. But that is one of the only laws that we know to exist. We've kind of gotten off the rails with this last part, but he's not wrong. I mean, not gotten off the rails. It's just like um, more stuff. Also, I love that there's more after the conclusion. My general view is that package managers are probably, in general, a net negative for the entire programming landscape and should be avoided if possible. Through manual dependency management is how I manage my code without a package manager. Regardless of the language, it is a very good idea that you know who you are depending on in your project. Copying and vendoring each package manually and fixing the specific versions down to the most practical approach to keeping a code base stable, reliable, and maintainable. I agree with this so much. The only things that I'm okay with like blindly depending on are my own projects that are just in a different code base. That's literally the only thing. Which is why I was thinking about Common Lisp, because the one place where I haven't really done this is Common Lisp. I have one dependency, which is UIOP, incredible name by the way, which is a IO library, so I use it for files and running programs and stuff. And to use it, I rely on Quick Lisp, which is a package manager for Lisp, which is also technically vulnerable to dependency injection. And I've been meaning to vendor that dependency for a bit. So maybe just reading this is gonna make me do it. That and my build system. I think I made it dependency less, but I should probably vendor Red Lisp, which is my own Lisp library. Common Lisp library. I should vendor it into the build system at the very least. Okay, that was very interesting, Ginger Bill. I very much agree with him. Vendoring dependencies is usually the smart way to go. Also, when projects are done, I want to vendor dependencies. Which I did for one of my games, even though then I kind of realized I no longer need to. But it is a smart thing to do. Since I don't plan to keep updating the game, I'm gonna keep it buildable, even though I may completely redesign the engine. The old version of the engine is gonna stay there because it's vendored. So, very much agree with him with this. Projects actually end up done. I do have a game that I need. I have two games that I need to package. One of them is just a little silly little game that I made because I'm working on this hacking game, but I kind of didn't. It's hard to make a hacking game without something to hack. So I made a little office game based on computers so that I have something to hack. Like I built an actual system, and then I can use that to build a hacking game on top of. So that, for example, is a done project, and a game that I made for my operating system a while ago, which I said I was only going to make available once I make a package manager for the damn thing, which is what I want to do. Now, this is for package managers when it comes to a programming language. Ginger Bill is the creator of Odin, which is a programming language, so that's what we're talking about. I'm talking about package managers for the operating system, which has different stories, but even then, I don't necessarily disagree with him. Like I said earlier, my operating system does not do dependencies. Does not do dynamic libraries, which means any dependencies your software has will end up statically linked, which means they will end up as part of your code base, of your binary that you release. Your binary is going to be completely self-contained, and as much as dynamic libraries have their convenience, like you can hot reload them, you can modify them once the program is already shipped. Sure, it's a lot easier to do with a dynamic library than it is with a static library. No. No. I'm not doing dynamic libraries. And again, the reason that I mentioned before, if Doom on my system was dynamically linked against the system library, when the system library changed, Doom would have kept working. Instead, now Doom is broken. But all I need to do is update it. That's it. That's literally all it takes. So, thanks to the fact that everything I do is statically linked, it is very, very easy for me to make a package manager for the system. So all you need is to download a binary file if what you're downloading is a binary, or a package, which is just a binary file with extra files such as images and whatnot, which is just a folder at the end of the day. Here is demo program. Here are images and audio that is in it. Here's the .elf binary. Here's the .bin. I use the .elf right now. I don't really load the .bin, though I probably should also do that. It's a lot easier, more straightforward. Just haven't bothered. So .bins should also be supported in my system, but .elfs are supported. Here's the file browser. It doesn't even need resources. All of its dependencies, everything that it needs to run entirely within here. Isn't that nice? Wouldn't it be nice if all software worked like this? But I have the advantage of new operating system, new software, new things. Makes it very, very easy for me to do this kind of thing. And I will continue delaying dynamic libraries as much as possible. Nothing beats simplicity. All right. Either way, though, this is a distributed operating system. And now that we have a file system in user space, I can truly make an end file system in user space on Linux as well that works with the same file system. I can now have a proper... Is there a red build I need to do? Yeah, but I need to run it manually. EFS.elf. I can now properly have a distributed system. And the thing about a distributed system is that you will most likely need a central place. He jump scares me even when I'm not in the downloads folder. I swear to God, this man. I will need to have some central place in which I put all applications that I want to make available to the system, and I can then take them and put them into the machine. Could I also just instead of downloading them, just straight up access them from there? Yes, but it can be slower. So probably not the best thing to do. Although maybe I want to have a flag to allow that, so that... Yeah, I can do that. I mean, technically that is what I'm doing. Right now the OS, for example, certain applications in it, including Doom actually, are actually not packaged into the OS's internal file system. So some of them are, like this one, this one, this one, and this one. These four are in the file system for the OS. These three are not. They are in Linux's file system. This is a kind of preliminary version of the DFS that I just loaded of this thing, which, by the way, it used to be your mom, but now it's not your mom anymore. Now it's shared. Right, so clipboard is actually a redacted OS file system running on Linux. So this is a more advanced version of this, which is literally just a Linux folder that contains those 3 executables, as well as these 2 executables, which I'll need to move. Right, so I kind of want to think, how do I want to do package installation? This is a kind of complex thing, because technically the OS is not meant to talk, although it can, it's not meant to talk to the internet. It's meant to talk through the local network. And anything that involves talking to the internet, it's probably a lot easier to have another operating system with a more robust and more secure networking stack to communicate to it and then give us the result. Right, so I want to download packages for redacted OS onto my machine. We will need some way of saying I want to, first off, of searching, right? What is available. And again, we're talking about applications and binary tools. But either way, we're talking about that. Those 2 things, not so much static libraries and stuff like that. Even though we can also technically include that in the process, that's not something that is impossible to do, but it's not something we necessarily want to do. Though maybe in the future, it can also handle that, developer dependencies. I do agree with Ginger Bill that this is not the nicest thing, but I want this package manager to be completely decentralized. Just your own thing entirely, where you are responsible for what you put in there. Right, so how would I want it to work? For example, let's say that all my applications how would I make this work actually? First off, entry point. Let's say that I want to install a game, right? So I can search for it. So shall I start writing something? That would be cool. All right, so whatever package manager for OS. Again, we're not talking about developer dependencies, even though maybe in the future it can also handle them because they are just static libraries for a single system and whatnot. Anyway, search for package, then download package. And again, a package can be an app bundle, which is a .red, or a binary, which is a .elf. I kind of want to remove the need for the .elf dependency, which in some places I've actually hard-coded. I kind of hate that, but I don't really have that right now. That's fine. Anyway, searching for a package and downloading a package is really all you need. Everything else should happen completely manually. Now, the way that I want it to work is I want it to be local. So let me start setting it up. This is actually going to run on Linux because, again, if I need to download stuff, I want to use Linux for that. So let me just make it. Package man. The package man. Let's just say, and I want it to be as file system based as possible because that is how my system works. All right, so you do something like sources and a text file. Actually, that's useful. Although, hold on, let me just open this thing in Linux. In Z, I mean. All right, so here I have my GitHub. Right, so how would I want this to work? It would be something like name or then type and then maybe something like this. Although this wouldn't really work with GitHub. Right? But the thing I want this package manager to work like is that I want to be able to just host stuff in as little infrastructure as possible. So essentially, on my GitHub, I have all my projects. And those projects can have releases. I did a release for one recently. Which is now a public archive. But it doesn't matter. Here's a release tagged as 0.01. And this is the URL for that. Right, so if I wanted to install a package, like let's say again, command line, pseudo code for command line. So let's call it package man install com.dferrari.time to live. The package manager should have all of these sources, which is, by the way, everything after the equal signs is just notes that I'm writing. This is kind of what I want the definition for a source to look like. Essentially what it's going to do is going to be like, okay, com.dferrari is resolved by this URL here. So I will look into this source to see if I can find the thing that you're looking for. And so with very little work, it should be able to understand what a GitHub source is and be able to understand that what you do is you put this. Maybe you don't even need the URL. Maybe something like for username. So the package source should be able to understand that when something is of the GitHub type, then what you do is if you find the correct package, you're going to take a pre-built URL followed by the username, followed by the name of the package, followed by the tag, well, slash releases, slash tag, slash 0.1.0. And that will take me here, and then using a basic naming convention, also be able to download the correct file, which releases download. All right, so releases download, tag that thing, and then well, something like that. So the amount of work needed to make a source that is able to resolve a package. All right, no, first off, we'll need something that, like, when I say to install something from this with this tag, what it's going to do is it's going to understand I need to first find what this belongs to, right? So find one source. And if that fails, find another source. Because of course it can fail. And there can be multiple sources that define these packages. So do that, and then know how to construct the URL. This is like, okay, once you figure it out, the actual source is capable of figuring out what it needs to do, how to download the thing, and how to actually install it, like where to actually install it. That's part of the package manager's job to do. So essentially we're talking about a package manager is going to receive a what is this called, a reverse URL? No, inverted URL. It's going to receive an inverted URL. It is going to take that inverted URL and go through sources. Looking into one until the package is found. Then hand off to the package source to produce the package. And then that's it, really. The package source is responsible for resolving the package URL. No, well, resolving the true source of the package, which in the example is like turning into a download URL. Then also fetching the package, which is in the example downloading. And 3, install the package in the location provided. Well, in the location where it's required. Right, so it should be that simple. Now I do have a question. Yes, no, that doesn't work. You can't do latest release, can you? On GitHub, because it would have been really, really useful if I could just do that to get the latest version of the package. Unfortunately, that is not a thing. Because I don't want to have to talk to the GitHub API at all to build something like this. I want to host it on the important part about this package manager is that we divide everything into sources. And so the GitHub source could just do some very basic URL resolution without needing to talk to any kind of any kind of API by just going through URLs directly. But that's not really a thing that I can do. I do need to talk to it. Well, not if I don't get... not if I don't do this anyway. Like if I need the latest version instead of a specific version, and also when it comes to search, because this is for install. But what about if I want to, let's say, search? How would search work? Again, the package manager would just go through all sources until found. And the package source would need some way of knowing, does this package actually exist, right? So is there something called time to live? That's for the GitHub source to resolve by just trying to go to this URL and see if it actually exists or not. Again, I want to build this without needing to talk to an API. So searching for a specific package is literally just the same as installing, but just the first step of installing. And the last thing, which is listing. The package manager is just going through all the sources. And the sources will need, and this is definitely not going to be possible with just GitHub. Go through all the packages and return each. Right, so really it's just a problem of the GitHub source thing that I created here. I just want to simplify things. Like the package manager itself, like the idea that I have behind it is incredibly simple and it should work fine. But the actual GitHub source that I want for this may not be the easiest thing to build. Because again, I'm not really talking to a API, I'm just talking to URLs. And this does have like a latest release thing here, but it doesn't really have a way to get the latest release, I feel like. Did I just delete all that? Okay, am I going crazy? Wasn't there a bunch of text here that I just wrote? It's actually gone? Hello? How did this happen? Okay, I genuinely don't know how I did that. I'm hoping that I did it and not Zed. Anyway, that's very fun. Okay, so for the package manager itself, like I'm okay with building it like this. And again, the source doesn't have to be GitHub. Maybe you just vendor your dependencies and that's how you handle it. You can do that. It's very manual right now, of course. That is how I want it to be for the time being. Another concept that I had for it is also indexes, which is just supposed to like group a bunch of sources together. So it is itself just a source. Maybe I'll want to research this thing a little bit and start building it soon. I don't know if tomorrow, no, probably not tomorrow. But yeah, probably start building it soon. But yeah, I have a basic idea of how I would want the package management for the OS to be. Essentially just something that keeps track of what packages you have installed, what packages you can install, allows you to do that. So a bunch of things that I wasn't able to write into the thing that I was writing that is now fully gone for some reason. Again, I don't know how I did that. Is that when you download something, and even when you have some pre-installed packages, they need to be registered somewhere so that you keep track of which packages you have installed or not. Yeah, kind of single source for any kind of software that you might want to install. Although built-in software is maybe the hardest part to do there, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I might want to start building. I might want to start building this. I don't know if later tonight. Maybe I want to stream again and start building something like this. Definitely want to take a break right now though. But just in case, I am linking my Discord, so if I am going to be streaming, I'm going to be mentioning it there a little bit before, so that you have a heads up, and I can start working on this package management type of stuff. How many times have peeps told you that there's no point in doing this because AI is the future? Too often. They've never been right, but whatever. Hasn't stopped people. Kind of an insane amount of people that are either being paid to promote AI or doing it for free. And we know which one is the worst one. But it happens a lot. Anyway. Yeah, so the OS's package management should probably be aware of what packages you have installed at the very least. Maybe that's a good place to start. And then allow you to install packages in a simple way. And you need to consider, do I want it to understand how to like that built-in applications are also installed? I think so, because then you can update them. Although update's not really a thing that I want to handle right now. Okay. So I will think about how to structure this whole thing. I may start building it later today. I may start building it tomorrow. I may start building it Friday. I may start building it Tuesday. I don't know. I linked my Discord in case you're interested in getting updates on that, or sometimes schedule streams. Probably not for today. If I do end up doing it, it's going to be very improvised, so I'm not going to schedule it. There's like two hairs that are making... that are blowing in the wind. But yeah. The two next things that I'm going to be working on are package management and text editor, as well as finishing the whole menu thing that I started working on today but couldn't really finish. Not fully, anyway. So once that's ready, I'm gonna finish it. But for the time being, that is going to be all. May stream again later today, may not. I guess we'll see. And I'll see you next time, whenever that might be.